Hey, Vileplume. Happy Friday. How are you today? Sorry, just making some quick changes. Thought it might be nice to have a window that shows what music I'm listening to. Maybe like right here beside me. I think that seems right. Let's copy this to other windows too. Okay, cool. Oh. Thank you, Vileplume. There's a lot I need to do to get my levels correct, so that's something that I'm always trying to tweak with. I appreciate it. Let's go to the next song, and then let me know how you think the audio volume is. So hopefully I come in okay, because normally I have a very soft voice anyway, so definitely need some mic adjustments there. But also I want to make sure the music isn't too strong. So how's the music now? Okay, awesome. Thank you, Vileplume. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the help. Okay, how are you doing today? Okay, so last where I left off, I was working on some... particles, and I found a tutorial that I think I want to try to follow. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're doing good. That's awesome, dude. Good. Anything specific? Or just like, you know, you're just vibing and things are going well? Okay. Okay, so... Just chillin'? Nice. Ooh, what's the video idea? Let's hear it. is emitting our... Okay. Why is there no center for this? Is there a reason I did that? Okay, okay. No problem. Where can I watch it when it's ready? Is this something you're preparing for next year's April Fool's then? And is it Pokemon related? I'm gonna see if I can get a little bit of hints out of you. Okay. So smoke emits off of this. Actually, no, maybe that's why it has such a weird look now that I think about it. Okay, okay. We're gonna bevel this. Oh. Alright, for this month's April Fools? Okay. We may... I'm sorry if we went over this already, but do you make videos? Oh, I can watch it on YouTube? Okay, sweet. Vileplume, I'm sorry, but can you remind me what I said? I have super bad short-term memory, and so I don't even remember saying streaming service. What did I say streaming service to? Oh, you started making videos 10 days ago? That's awesome, dude. good. What kind of videos do you make? He's doing the simulate arrow assignment here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why I said that. I think I just have in my head, like, streaming, because I've been thinking a lot about just, like, expanding, well, not really expanding this YouTube stream in a way, but, like, adding more to it, but then also, like, setting it up on Twitch. So I think I just have that in my mind. I don't know why I asked that, but presumably you could watch it here on YouTube. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm gonna do that. I would love to check that out. Thanks, Valpoom. Are you okay if I watch it on here and check it out now? At the very least, you've got a subscription out of me. Okay. Simulate arrow. Assign material. Geometry. This goes out to here. Volume material. Create node. Ooh, look at that. That's weird looking. That's cool. That's nice. I should have been doing this from the start. How the smoke looks is really cool. But yeah, I'm gonna watch your animation. If you're alright with that. I'm gonna throw it up on the stream. Dude, Wildfloop. That's really awesome. Dude, for starting out Vileplume, that's really good. I think that's really cool. I hope you keep up with it, because I want to see what more you do. What did you use to animate? And also, what did you use to do the art, too? Okay, we're gonna take this scatter color apparently, change it to HSV. What does HSV stand for? Like RGB colors versus HSV. Okay, RGB, red, green, blue. Oh, HSV, hue, saturation, and value. Okay, that makes sense. Took you only like a couple of hours to make. Not a day, but like around 8 hours, you think. And you have a bad perception of time. That's okay, dude. I don't even know how long I've been spending on this project. I get that. You use Scratch for the art and animation, specifically Turbo Scratch. I don't know what Turbo Scratch is. Let me look that up. Turbo Scratch. Scratch Studio. I think that's really cool, Vileplume. Turbo Warp, okay. Turbo Warp Scratch, I'm seeing. Turbo Warp is a mod for Scratch. Okay. And it looks like you use this to get like 2D animations. Well, you can use it for a number of things, but 2D animations is one of them. That's really cool. Where did you do the art, Vileplume? Like, draw the background and the Pokemon. Turbo Warp is commonly used for making video games without any coding, but you can animate with it. Oh, okay. That's really cool. Do you think sometime way down the line that's a goal of yours, to make a Vile Plume video game? Oh yeah, I guess you can't really tell, but let me show you. I've got a few Pokemon plushies from some of my favorite starters. Well, I guess, yeah, 2 Bulbasaurs and a Turtwig. I love grass starters. I want to get a Chikorita plushie sometime. Tommy, what's up, dude? Wee woo. How are you, man? Good morning, and happy Friday. Turbo Warp has a built-in art system. It's very easy. You can pick you can do pixel art or vector. That's really nice. Okay. Dude, I admire people so much that can do 2D art, whether it's like digital, vector, pixel, any of that stuff. It's like so amazing, man. I know, we've got, well, I guess pre-release day, but happy release day for Strixhaven. We're going to school. Class is in session. Oh, dude. That would have been so much fun to stream. Oh my gosh, imagine streaming and then like each of the people I call up is just like, all right, everybody, class is in session. Please present your packs in front of the class. Oh my gosh. Ooh, okay, Tommy. And do you already have those, or was that from like one of the streams this week, or are you picking them up later? Vileplume. Making video games in Turbo Warp is very easy. Already working on one, and it's not released to the public yet. Stopped working on it to make videos. Okay. That's awesome, dude. Well, good luck on your game. I'd love to try it out when it's ready. Oh, okay. Nice, Tommy. Well, good luck, dude. Dude, I'm ready to see some bangers. Bring on those spicy silver foils. Ooh, what's up, Bobby? Hey, man. Yes, we are. So, happy Friday and good morning. Thanks for hanging out, man. I am. I'm working on some Bifrost smoke. Actually, you know what? Let's hide this so you can get an idea of where we're at with our render. And then we can also go over what we have left to do. Yeah, that's cool. It looks like the same art style as the animation that you shared. That's cool. it'd be fun to like 3D to like create my own profile picture in 3D. But yeah, Bobby. So here's where we're at with our soul ring. Here is the reference. And so right now, what I'm trying to work on is getting just some of this smoke, and I'm messing around with Bifrost to do that. Oh, definitely, Vileplume. And thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Let me know when you get other animations up. I would love to check out your progress. But yeah, I think my goal for today is the smoke, and then move on to more and do some lighting, and then hopefully we'll be able to finish there. So the end is near. But there's some stuff that I see that I want to make a bit more interesting. Don't want to select this vertex. Oh my gosh, don't want to select this vertex. Hey, how you been, Bobby? You know what? Let's change this to 2 panes stacked. We'll have this one be perspective. Yes, that's good. Let's take these vertices. And I kind of, hold on. Let's hide these. No. Hide these. Go to these. Do vertex. Oh my goodness. So many random things. Oh, too much. Oh. Here we go. I want to make it a little more visually interesting by not having the spirals be like so like perfectly uniform. So I kind of want to add like a more warped look to it. Nice, dude. You're doing alright? Applied for a full-time lecturer position? Good luck, man. Actually, Zeb shared the 3D guest lecturer position with me, and I was thinking about applying. So, I think that would be really cool. Oh, okay. Never mind that. Well, good luck. I haven't applied yet, but that would be really sweet. And I'm still thinking about it. I don't know. I don't have a master's, so it says that that's required. And plus, I don't think I'm very qualified for it. Oh no, Vileplume. I was just saying it makes sense. Since they both have the same art style, then I could see how, yeah, you did draw your PFP picture. But yeah, it was like a huge surprise to me to hear that Albert's retiring. I hope everything's okay. I guess it's just one of those things where it's like, wow, I never thought I'd see the day. Okay, I think that's good. Alright, back to volumetrics. Aw, thank you, Vileplume. But I mean, similarly, I don't know how to do what you did. I think it's pretty much just a matter of, like, time and learning. Like, if you started doing 3D, you could definitely end up doing all this stuff. I mean, me, I feel like I'm just, like, punching in a bunch of numbers mostly, so. And following a lot of tutorials, so. How are your classes going this semester, Bobby? Gosh, actually, I guess the semester is almost over, isn't it? Just a few more weeks? That looks so funny. Yeah, that's crazy to think, Bobby. Like, God, this year's moving so fast. Already halfway through April. Actually, what's being taught in dynamics over there? Are you guys using Houdini or anything else? Oh, that's very interesting, Vileplume. Maybe it's a bunch of other, like, Vileplume lovers. This mode voxelizes a polygonal mesh as a solid and works best if the mesh is watertight. This mode voxelizes a mesh as a thin shell and does not require for the mesh to be watertight. Okay. So I think shell is probably pretty good for what I'm trying to do. Okay, so you taught Houdini this semester? And what do you mean by that? Is it just like because not everyone would have access to Houdini? So then would you try to teach like Blender or something like that? Or I guess free Dynamics 3D software. This teaches you what everything does. That's cool. That's really cool. Let's see. Use fluid detail size. What does this do? Use fluid detail size. Voxelize the sources instead of the geometry detail size. Well, let's see what fluid detail size down here does. The size of the smallest resolvable detail in the smoke or other property emitted from this source. In the presence of multiple sources with arbitrary blank, the blank of a particular source may not be exact. More specifically, the finest resolution level in the symbol will be determined for the remaining sources of the source. Huh. Okay. Something. It's a lot of words. Wait, whoa. Why is my smoke already there? Start frame is 1, so I feel like my smoke should clear. Oh, okay, you had 15 subscribers? That's even better, Vileplume. That's awesome. There's a free version of Houdini, so the excuse that they have... Oh, for sure, that makes sense. But some people wanted to stay in Maya because it's what they were used to. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm sure like taking Intro to 3D, learning Maya, getting introduced to that, and then having to go to Houdini and just like basically learn a whole new program can be a lot. Okay. Emit from an animated noise texture. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. That makes sense. I understand why you would want to teach them Houdini, because that gives them a better chances, like, you know, post-graduation. Yeah, negative buoyancy will keep it from rising. And then emit from an animated noise texture. So I think... Hold on, let me think about how to do that. So like, if I had my object, this emitter, we're gonna assign a new material, just a Lambert, animated noise smoke. What are you going to teach in Maya? Just end particles? What's this thing? Set instance, set point. I'm sure there's a way to, let's see, what's general? Enable source air. Okay, so that's all these things, I think. Yeah. There might be a way. I'm sure there's a way too. I think I'm gonna mess around with like getting this first, and then I will make this positive. And then I will see if there's a way to emit from a noise texture. End particles cloth by. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you can get a lot done that way too. If you taught in Maya, use end particles and cloth, and then Bifrost for arrow and liquid. Yeah, like this is cool. I think all these, like, the node system for Bifrost is really neat. Especially just like, you know, arrow, the way you can combine influences. With like buoyancy, drag, wind, all that stuff, and then you can just keep plugging them in, and then tweak the settings as you go. I think it's really neat. You should recreate a Jirwatch. Hold on. Yeah, like this Pokemon, Jirachi. Oops. That would be really cool. I think sometime down the line, once I get like more quick at like making these models, it would be fun to do something like a Pokemon or creature. Okay, let's see. It's so funny looking. We'll change the fluid detail size, okay, which seems to give it a much less full look. Yeah, I remember, and it opens up in the movie. I've only seen the movie once, but I do remember that part. It's really weird. Kind of creepy. Yeah, Bobby, that is what I'm trying to go for. That you mentioned earlier, that dry ice look. So I think that's the goal. I had an okay looking one with end particles, but I wanted to try volumetric or Bifrost. Ooh. Why does that persist? It is, yeah. I have this piece down here. Actually, hold up. I have wait. Where is the rest of my collider? Hold up. Well, I had something as my collider. That makes sense now. That makes sense. Alright. Well, I had a much bigger piece as a collider, but I think I deleted it, so let me do something real quick. You know what? We'll bevel this a little bit, because why not? Take these, we're going to duplicate them, we're going to reduce by a lot. That's fine. Okay. Okay, we're gonna combine these. History. Alright, this is gonna be Smoke Collider. Oh gosh, I'm blanking on where it was connected to now. Okay. That's why. There you go. Okay. These I will combine. Edit, delete by type history. Smoke collider. Bring this here. Alright, there we go. Oh, see you, Vileplume. Have a good day. Thank you so much for hanging out. Why is this just here? Oh.
It's a lot slower. And the fluid is uniform. You can add, subtract. This is basically going to help us visualize in the viewport what things look like. And we can go into here, we can change the density of it. What we really want to change here is, I believe, the scattering. What I want to do is I want to push that color up over white. That's not really the best way to do it, but this is the tutorial. Bear with me. It doesn't look much like steam or smoke right now. It's just like this big lump of volume. That's lumpy volume things. Nice mushroom cloud. So obviously, just like the particles, we're going to have to jump into the settings and take a look at how things are going. So into the source we go. Enable air source, perfect. We want that. Start frame, perfect. Not using an end frame, also perfect. So we're going to change our resolution mode straight away to absolute. And this is just like volumes, where relative is relative to the size of the object, whereas absolute is based on world units. We need to see our geovolume mode. We need to change here. Solid or shell means is it a solid? this is all in geometry fighting conversion, which will all of what I'm going to talk us through and try and get a good look with is in here as well. Geo-detail size, just like volumes. Now, which resolution? Yes, now, we've got to talk about useful detail size because that's important. If I switch that on, this guy doesn't matter. It's all driven by the pure detail size, which is quite literally the size of the smallest resolvable detail can be smooth. So they're both set to 0.05 right now, but if I say change this to 2, because I've got useful detail size switched on, that's my version of input and experience. Then we've got rate. So that adds and blends a source at a time. Use set, which is the focus in the name. And all of these temperature, speed, is programmed. So you can set it. You can say, I only ever want you can add, subtract, overrun, max, and multiply. And it's time to talk about something we didn't. It's time to talk about varying out source. We're going to use vary source property. So what this allows me to do is I can change this property. It's almost in the right position. It probably is in the right position. It's just a little big. Let's just skip and see what's going on. So there's our sphere. It's almost in the right position. It probably is in the right position. It's just a little big. Let's scale down. Something like less than that, maybe. And this is going to generate some smoke for us. Of course, what we want to do too is have a look at what's coming out. To see the area coming out. So let's throw it in an output. And just plug this straight in. Go back. And this is going to generate some smoke for us. Of course, what we want to do too is have a look at what's coming out to see the area volume coming out. So let's throw it in an output, and we can just plug this straight in. Go back to this big lump of volume that's a lumpy volume thing is based on here now and turning it into. It's time to talk about varying out input geometry and varying out properties on our source. We're going to use vary source property for that. So if I just plug my mesh code into the source property, plug that back into the source edge, that's what's going on. What this allows me to do is I change this property. Volume density. Say multiply by 1, 2, 0. Replace the existing volume density, multiply it by n2, and then I can set a random variation here. So if I want to say min 0.2, that's min 1, I sub 0 is my n limit animated.
Man, where did this go wrong? Is this? This? Alright, we're trying again. We're starting over.
Really helpful. So if I make some error, okay. Place the error graph. Same as before, right click on that one. Next one. So once again you have source, origin, solver settings. So just like particles, exactly the same scheme there. Makes things easy to remember, which get used to. So we're going to need to get some geometry in here. Luckily, this is our little bit. Burner. I just pasted it in. I'll make sure that it's supplied for you. Let's just quickly encrypt that. Some Maya tutorials while we're here. Edit. Encrypt.
Okay.
Paste it in it. There's our burner. So what we're going to do is make some smoke come on out of this cauldron. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's like we were doing with particles. Like I was saying, we have source, collider, solver settings, area we also
We're
influence,
gonna delete
which is fine.
this
So
input.
what we're
Gonna
trying
replace
to
that
do
with something
is
else.
make some steam or smoke come out of the burner. On my meat. So let's drop that in here first. This is going to be a collider. And that's all we're going to use it for.
Okay, so this we're gonna have is our collider.
And that's cool. What I want to do though is
It's gonna attach
I'm gonna need
here.
something to emit my steam and smoke from. So let's drop in a sphere. Like that. And we'll just drop that in there. And it's probably a little terminal so we can see what's going on. So there's our sphere. It's almost in the right position. Something like that. Maybe. And this is going to generate some smoke for us. Of course, what we want to do too is have a look at what's going out. It's an area of what's coming out. So let's throw that in output, and we can just plug this straight in. Go back to the beginning. So that's very basic. We should be looking smoke come through.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Some material. Volume to geometry. This goes to the output. Volume material. We're going to create a new node.
Okay, so this is basically going to help us visualize in the viewport. We can go into here, we can change the density of it. What we really want to change here is, I believe, the scattering. What I want to do is I want to push that color up over white. That's not really the best way to do it, but this is like, it doesn't look much like steam or smoke, right? Really the best way to do it, but this is like, it doesn't look much like steam or smoke, right? Let's make a lot more volume. Nice mushroom cloud. So obviously, just like the particles, we're going to have to jump into the settings and take a look at how things are going. So into the source we go. Enable air source, perfect. We want that. Start frame, perfect. Not using an end frame, also perfect. So we're going to change our resolution mode straight away to absolute. And this is just like volumes, where relative is relative to the size of the object, whereas absolute is based on world units. We need to see our geovolume mode. We need to change solid or shell means is it a solid object it's emitting from, or so is it a watertight object? Is it a sphere? Is it a torus? That kind of thing. Or is it just a plane with no back? And you can see, yeah, if I change this over to shell, you get a slight difference there. So solid. Now we're using a sphere, so I'm just going to leave that on solid right now. And then the detail size here is just like a volume is. How much resolution you've got. Now this is all in geometry volume conversion, which if we go and look at the info tab, finds how an input mesh is optimized. So what it's doing is it's taking this mesh and turning it into a volume. All of what I'm going to talk us through and try and get a good look with is in here as well. So don't forget to check that. Geo detail size, just like volumes. How much resolution it is. Now, we've got to talk about use fluid detail size because that's important. If I switch that on, this guy doesn't matter, and it's all driven by the fluid detail size, which is quite literally the size of the smallest resolvable detail in this movie. So they're both set to 0.05 right now, but if I say change this to 0.2 and run the simulation again, you can see the smoke is a lot more resolution. We'll take that down to 0.025. Run the simulation again, slower. Because I've got use fluid detail size switched on, that's applying to both the conversion of the input and the smoke itself. Then we've got rate. So that adds and blends a source at a time to you can use set, which is this is the fog density mode. And all of these, temperature and speed, they'll have this pull down. So you can set it. You can say, I only ever want to go to density at 2.5. Slower, and the fluid is uniform density. You can add, subtract, over, min, max, and multiply, which gives you different results. We're going to stick with rate for now. And it's time to talk about something we didn't do in particles.
That's cool.
It's time to talk about varying our input geometry and varying our
What the heck?
It's time to talk about something we didn't do in particles quite clearly.
fluid detail size. Okay.
It's time to talk about varying our input temperature and varying our properties on our properties on our source. We're going to use vary source property. So I'd like to plug in
Vary source property.
so what this allows me to do is I can change this property. Fog density. I can say multiply it by 1, 2, or 0, or whatever. I can replace the existing fog density, multiply it or add to it, and then I can set a random variation here. So if I want to say minimum 0.2, maximum 1, plus 0 is fine, and leave it animated. If I just stop that there, and let's just check the background, you can see that it's varying fog density randomly and it's animated. I can change the seed, get a different result, and get all kinds of variations that way. It's cool. So moving along from there.
So then maybe let's try minimum 0.05, 0.2. Very cool. Hey, Vertex, how are you? Happy Friday. It's good to see you. Okay, what if I did 0.01 and then did 0.1? Let's see what that looks like. That's good to hear. I'm doing good, thank you. How's your Shin-chan? Ooh. Okay. I'm liking this level right here, so that looks good. That kind of makes me want to go back to here, change the fluid size. Let's try 0.05 and see how that does. Okay, so it takes a while to raise. 0.1. Okay, no problem. Ooh, why does it have this? Maybe that's a rendering thing? Okay, I kind of like that. Fog density, let's maybe bump this up to 1.5, and I think that's good. And now we'll go back to the tutorial.
We're going to have a look at some of the solver settings. A lot of these are to do with, well, the globals here especially, to do with temperature, so you don't need to worry too much about temperature just yet. It's coming with combustion, so stay with me. You've got the ambient temperature, how much temperature diffuses out, and the style. I'm going to change that to fluffy. I'm just going to get a different style of fluid, so it's fluffy. As these things go, you're starting to really get a feeling of smoke now. It's fluffy.
So weird how it has these like flat tops though. So interesting. It's this thing that's visible. Okay. Okay, maybe if we go here, let's change this to 0.2 for now. Oh, is that because it hits that? Just 2. Fog density. Weird. Change this to 0.1 and see how that turns out. Okay, I like that. Let's keep going.
Outcomes, and that was just changing the scope of the volume. Something else you can do that isn't covered in the PowerPoint so far is...
Let's see what wispy looks like then. We're gonna wait for this to render and then try out wispy smoke. Alright, let's see the wispy. Alright, I think I like wispy. I'll stick with that.
When you do something to your source geometry, it's going to reflect in your smoke. So I'm just going to really quickly set something up here where I'm going to displace these points. Displace them with our frame corrected force field.
points. You know what? I also bet part of the reason why is because it doesn't have a lot of vertices. So we're actually going to try to increase that. Maybe that does something with how it emits particles. Smooth. Okay, let's check this out. Displace, and then what else is that? A fractal noise field.
That's
Yep.
much displacement right now, so I'll change the scale.
This goes into points. Fractal noise field goes into weights. Where does this go? Displace points goes into the terminal. This creates an out points thing. Whoa. Okay, hold up. Maybe not that. Oh, that does go in there. Oh. That looks weird.
And of course, what I will do too is I will put in more resolution. Sphere.
He did increase the resolution of this thing. Well, then you know what? Let's go ahead and smooth this bad boy again. Because why not?
She's fine. Displace points. You get 3.
Displace points. Change this to 0.3. Oh, okay.
We just want to try and make sure we keep this within. And we'll put down a time node.
Time.
What I'm going to do is vary this displacement over time. Taking the frame, putting it into a scalar field.
So frame into scalar field into time. Okay. Bruh, this is crazy. Frame into scalar field into time.
So if we just put this now, see it's changing quite rapidly.
Looks so funny. What the heck? Bro, that looks so comical. Oh my god. Okay, Let's see what this looks like though. It's cool.
Still pretty much staying within the bounds of the pattern. And this is going to just slow that down a bit. What I can do is multiply the frame number by 0.2 is fairly good. That. We can make it here. Fairly good. That. We can make it. 0.
Hmm.
You know, 0.2 is fairly good. Yeah. We can make it here. To raise them. We can make it here.
Mm. Weird.
Raise the frequency a bit, so spikies and things like that.
Raise frequency of the fractal noise. Oh.
Join delicious rewards.
Bro, this is crazy looking. It's very interesting. Very interesting.
Or being collided with the getting more of this. So that's cool. That's just a little tip. Something I do a lot when I make very precise geometry. Quite seriously. Just to get a little bit more randomness into it. So what we're going to do now is start working with influences. Did a bit of this in particles, but I would.
I feel like the smoke isn't as like clear or as wispy as I want it to be. So what can I do about that? I think that's all in the. We're gonna save. The source. Let's if I increase this by a bunch. I don't think that does much. Fog density. What if this is pi? I do not want to hide fluid details. This is very low. I think if the fluid detail size is super low, it just takes a while to build up, doesn't it? It does. Maybe like 0.5. Let's check that out. It's kind of there, but then what if I have that and increase the density by a bunch? What's that do for me? Okay, density doesn't really do anything. So then I think 0.1. Okay, I think we've got the smoke coming up a little bit. So let's see what that looks like. Okay, although it is weird that it has just like this crazy flat line across it, but not bad. Let's try the fog density over here. What happens if we change this max to 1? Ooh, interesting. What happens if we change this to... Oh, maybe that's what that does. I like this being at 1. Okay, but then what else do we have? All these crazy things. Let's go to this fractal. What if we increase this by a bunch more? Like 8. What's this do to our smoke? We're getting something very cool. This can stay at 5 though. Okay, let's see. Let's keep going.
What I'd like to do now is actually add some turbulence to the smoke, just like we do in PowerPoint. And that's also why I brought this up, because now I have a system for animating any fields that I want to put in, and what I happen to want to put in right now is turbulence. So just pop this here, and all I have to do now is
What does it do?
All I have to do now is I can take this whole system without the factor, place that in, pop that in, and then I just need another, change this multiply here. Place that in, pop that into the time. And then I just need another, change this multiply here. Do something like, let's go to PowerPoint's got something like 0.8. And this is just animating this turbulence field. And then we can put that into turbulence influence. It goes into turbulence itself, and then influence into see how it works. It goes into turbulence itself.
Bruh. This is so much.
And then we can plug the influence into see how it works. I'll just let that get started.
That's looking cool. I actually think I do want this to be a little less. Let's do 0.65. Change the density a bit. Okay.
You can see here how the field is providing turbulence to the fluid as it's rising. It's not rising straight, it's starting to break up. It's the turbulence. It's field. So
Makes me wonder if I went here and I change this to relative. Nope. What if I change this to solid? Does that do anything for me? No. Point 0, 1. Alright, let's let this run for a bit and then kind of see what happens if that's very low. let's check this out. What frame are we at? 115? If we change it to 0.5. One. 0.075. Point 1.5 is fine, I think. Point 0.09. Accepted for this. Okay.
From this point on, we're really talking about the power of influences, and they are very powerful. I think you do an awful lot of things.
How do you get those to look like that? Much better.
The basics of it is this: is emit from something. Those points there. Two buttons coming out.
Look something up. How to increase quality of Bifrost smoke. Geo detail size. Can't change that. Fluid detail size.
We're getting a really nice turbulent flow. Breaking up nicely, it's coming out really. This is reasonably slow. If you want to look at it faster, like I was saying, get your low resolution look before you start refining. But it's just a matter of coming into your sources here and changing this number. 0.1. You're going to simulate a lot faster, but it's going to be a lot lower.
Density 2.5. Because
we're really just, you see we're losing a lot of detail there. Because we're really just emitting from a distorted sphere, I'm going to turn off the flow detail size and make this much lower resolution here. And let's see how much better. We're still getting our nice level of detail. That's working. Just adjusting the shader a bit so we can get a better look at our fog densities and things. So I'm just going to make some adjustments, which is as you do.
Very cool. That's crazy. This collision.
Raise the frequency on our turbulence influence a little bit.
Turbulence influence frequency to 5. Okay. Let's check out how this looks. While that's running, we can go around and just like check out our values. Ooh, hold up. Let's grab a render. Ooh. Okay, not bad. We are not emitting from the ring anymore. It's that for... This is our collider. Okay. Smoke's looking pretty wild. Let's save. Save early and often.
And I might also drop that drag a small.
Alright, let's see where this ended up. Kind of cool.
Yeah, so that's got that looking pretty well. We're going to need it. We're going to add another influence now, which is going to be a dissipation influence. And what dissipation does is it causes the fluid to flow down.
Is that it? Wait, no, the collider is a solid. What the heck? So maybe we go here and replace this. Fog density. What if we change this to do like higher turbulence? What if we did 0.1 to 1? Where is it? This one? Wispy to fluffy.
Spread out more and become thinner and thinner. It helps with smoke. And now dissipation influence and settings we've got 0.3, lots of volume settings. This we can plug straight into the influences as well. This we can plug straight into the influences as well. And you can see that the volume's a lot thinner now and it's fading.
It changes to 1. How strong is that? Ooh. What if I change this to 5 and I go super crazy with the turbulence and make this like 20? Is good. Dissipation, I think maybe we'll go to. Actually, no, let's see.
add a wind influence to this and get it to blow. Like, basically we'll vary the wind direction and see what we can get. Basically, there's an influence for that. And it's just called a wind influence. And at its most basic, I'll show you. We'll just add a wind influence here and pop that into influences. At its most basic, it's just going to blow our volume in a direction. In this case, it's going to be positive X. We'll change that to, say, negative Z, so we can see it. Better look at it here. Something like that, probably. It's going to blow it by 5 units. Basically blow it by the wind speed. And it's going to introduce some drag, so it just doesn't all blow the whole thing at the same rate. So let's take a look at that one. You can see straight away that it's just picking up and blowing it 5 units along the negative Z. We can of course vary that. Well, we can change the whole wind speed to 1, so we can blow it as hard. But really what we want to do is vary it across the volume. Vary it across the volume to get a good look. To use some fields. So I'm going to start with
I like that. We'll take that.
First off, let's have a look at what our wind influence gives us. We've got wind speed, wind direction, and drag. So I'm going to need, by the look of it, 1 for the wind speed and 1 for the wind direction. The wind speed is a float value, which means it's scalar. So make the noise field, which is great. We're going to animate that. So we're just going to use our time. Oh, I don't know. This one's slower than this one. Let's start with the fast one. See what it looks like. We'll plug that in there, just to make sure I. Level, I'm going to add a scalar field to that. I'm going to add a scalar field too. And what this is going to do is, because the fractal noise field comes out negative and positive, so it comes out with a magnitude of 1, it comes out about -1 to 1. Adding 2 to it is going to make them all positive. You could do the same kind of thing here with an absolute value, like this. And this, using the absolute value, gives us the advantage that we can change that so that we don't have any negatives. And this, using the absolute value, gives us the advantage that we can change our magnitude and not have to keep increasing that scalar field to keep it positive. So we'll pop that into our wind speed, and then we're going to need something to vary the wind direction over time as well. And that one's a little bit more complicated, but it does start with a fractal turbulence field. we'll use the same time. Put that in there. And this one, it's not so much about we'll use the same time. This one, it's not so much about how big the number is, it's about what direction it's going in. And we always, what we've got at the moment is 0, 0, minus 1. We're always going to want to do that. So let's start a vector field here. And vector field just lets you add a vector that's going to be across the entire field, and it's going to be our wind field. So I could literally plug this in here, and it would do exactly the same thing. The direction would be 0, 0, minus 1 everywhere. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add this turbulence field to there.
Okay, so let's see. Vector field goes into the add. It's also going into the wind direction. Jesus Christ. The noise field.
That gives us a base.
This goes into the vector field. This goes into the wind influence.
Baseline of 0, 0, minus 1. And we're adding whatever is coming out of this turbulence field, which looks a lot like the noise field in that with its when its magnitude is 1, it's roughly minus 1 to 1. Yeah. So at this point, we'll plug this in, and then I'm going to press play and we'll take a look in about 2 minutes.
Maybe if I go over here and then just increase the wind speed at this point. Wind speed is tied to here. What? Okay.
there doesn't seem to be doing very nice. There seems to be a slight lean, so let's start putting up magnitudes and see what happens.
If I increase that, that makes it even stronger. Is that what he did?
Magnitudes and see what happens.
Vector field. Ooh. Hold on. Increases the strength of the wind direction, so let's maybe make this a 3. If we made this -10, what would that do for me? Can you have multiple colliders? There even is, okay. Simple collider. Actually, you know what? That makes me wonder. Can you add multiple? You can. Okay, that's cool. Oh. Very cool. Alright, so we're gonna let this run for a few seconds and then we'll do our render and then see what happens with the smoke. Okay, okay. Okay, let's increase the magnitude of the direction. We can do that to 10. I think I like the wind, but we're gonna make that even stronger. Go to 20. And then we'll let it run again. Oh, yeah, dude. Holy dude.
can see now that it's drifting, but the area of effect of the wind field is different across space, which is what fields will do. It'll give you a different value across space. So, you know, one way to get this looking a bit better is maybe for the wind direction. The speed is good. Stop that. For the wind direction, what I'm going to do is just lower this frequency, and then we'll take another look. I think I'll push the wind speed up as well. That was probably a bit far. Let's try 6. And you get used to this changing of values and looking again, and changing of values and looking again as you're building anything to do with simulation, really. Because you make, and as you do more of it, you get more and more used to it. You still need feedback, and that's what you're doing, is you're giving yourself feedback by just changing something, doing it again. My big advice for working on anything simulated is change one thing at a time to really, really know the system really well. Just change one thing at a time, see how it looks.
Let's see, strong winds.
That's basically what I'm doing here, and now I'm starting to get something I'm really quite happy with. I've got a lot of turbulent smoke. I mean, turbulence more than sort of waves of smoke here, and dissipation's a bit high. But I'm working on the wind speed at the moment, so I'm only changing the wind speed. If I get that wrong, like you saw me just do it, when I had that up to 20,
Yes. Yes.
change that one thing that I'm changing, and then run it again. It saves you time, and it sounds stupid, but it stops you from getting confused. Because if I went and changed the wind speed, the wind direction, the turbulence field, the way that it was generated, what its voxel fault density was, and I got something I didn't like, then I would have absolutely no idea which one of those settings made the thing I didn't like, right? So that's something you need to bear in mind when you're working with anything simulated. So that's particles, something via EPM, which we're going to get to explosions, which is what we're doing these with. Things like that. So now I'm quite happy with this smoke. This is a fairly good looking smoke. It's dissipating nicely. It's turbulent. It's maybe a little bit regular, and we can use some other influences to try and change that if we want to. But for today's lesson, this is pretty good. This is a pretty good looking, just a little bit of smoke coming out of the cauldron. Of course, if you wanted it to be more like steam, you could do things like, first thing you would do is just change the shader, so maybe make it a little bit more transparent. Yeah, but also quite a lot brighter. You'd also want it to be a little more wispy, and so you can play with the settings in it, but also quite a lot brighter.
If I increase this to 5, what's that do for me? Ooh. Cool. Oh, emission, huh? Oh man.
And you'd also want it to be a more wispy. So you can play with the settings in here. So if we go to the solver settings over here, change it to wispy. Let's see what that does. So it's a little bit there for that. And again, I'm just changing one thing at a time. Once I'm happy with something, I'm left it alone, and I'm moving on to the next thing. Right now, what I'm thinking is that my turbulence is maybe a bit too high. So I'm happy with the wispy look. It's a lot wispier in there. Reset it. Come back to my turbulence. So I've got two here. I've got turbulence influence.
Hey, Vileplume, welcome back.
Rate of change.
Good to see you. As you can see, we've made quite a bit of progress on our smoke. Also, I don't think you might have left before I said it, but about the Jirachi and the eyeball, I agree with you. I think it's actually so much cooler that it has an eyeball there. It makes it like very interesting.
Magnitude. So I'm just going to change the magnitude to start with. Reset the simulation and press play again. And see what that means. And I'll have to wait till it gets to 20 or 30 frames before I'm really going to have.
Okay, let's see. Where's our turbulence at? Where is our turbulence at? I think that is this one. Let's make the turbulence. Bro, this is so much. Okay, that's that. Let's make the... What happens if we increase this by like... We'll just go to 30. Make it super crazy. Yes, please, Vileplume. I would love to know. How do you animate? I like that. What happens if we increase this by a lot? Let's do like 30 as well. We'll run this.
I'm noticing anything. But it's worth taking the time to get the simulation right. Because if you have to make it again and again and again and again, you're just going to lose an awful lot of time. And now we're not getting all of those big curly breakups. We're getting a little bit of turbulence, which is quite nice and quite lovely. But we're not getting the big. We're starting to maybe get a little bit there, a little bit there. But this is much more along the lines of what I'm trying to get to. So I'm pretty happy with that, and that means I can move on to the turbulence field and bring my rate of change down to maybe half of what I want. guys will be Cajun because
What happens if we increase this by a bunch? What's the change rate do for us?
Cajun and say, well, there's always this big blob that happens as soon as you start. We can just cut that off as soon as it dissipates. We can simulate 3, 4, 500 frames, and we can pick the bits that we like out of the cache. So this is looking a bit better. I'm pretty happy with that. Getting nice wispy uptakes. The buoyancy's good at slowing down and dissipating. And again, maybe I'd like it to dissipate a little faster. Come to my dissipation influence, which is around here somewhere. There it is.
I forgot about dissipation.
Play again. This would be awfully painful.
Oh, where do I find this now? If I zoom out, okay. Dissipate. Let's increase this to 30 and then just see what happens if we make that value super high. Okay, now what if we make it low again at 1? You animate using something instead of usual hand-drawn animation. You draw assets for Vileplume's arms, legs, flowers, torso, and eyes with different types of expressions. Okay, cool. And then you animate those different assets, I imagine. I love the wind strength, but I still feel like the... This is X. The wind direction is off. If I do this to 0 and I made this like -30, what would that look like? Check this out. Okay. Wait, did I want positive in the whole time? Oh my gosh, I think so. So I think let's do 50, and this can be what, -15? And then how strong is the turbulence for this? That's fine, I think. No, I think it has to be the other way. X is 50. Z is forward and backwards. So this can be 30. And you don't have to draw your characters in every single frame. The assets, because the assets say, because I have the assets, say people say this type of animation looks stiff, but okay, I get what you mean. I feel like that would save a lot of time just having to move the assets rather than hand drawing people. I know what you're talking about. I also get what you mean by like people saying it's stiff, but I feel like that the more assets you animate, the less stiff it looks. So there's definitely a way around that. Yeah, I've seen games with stuff like that, like Darkest Dungeon, Salt and Sanctuary. Games like that definitely use that type of animation style. Okay. Nice. Let me change this one more time just to make sure it is actually blowing towards us, because that's one of the big things that I care about. Perfect. We'll do 40. Okay. Sweet. So now, where are we at?
Speeding up these.
Now
You can
we,
see that my fluid is dissipating faster. And it's getting better. So at this point, I would call myself handy and go and check this out. We will then change everything. Awesome. But that is the basics of Aero. What's the basics of Smoke? But Aero isn't just useless. But before we go any further, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cache it. Because basically, I'm done. I'm happy. Like
I'm gonna cache it. Oh wait, I don't need to cache it for now. Okay. We'll do 0.5 dissipation rate. And now the main thing that I've been wondering how this is going to affect is if we change gravity. Okay. Okay, maybe the one's a bit strong. Are you wind? Yes, you go to wind speed. So let's go to 10 instead. Maybe the X is a bit strong too, comparatively. So we can do... Actually, you know what? We're going to do 50 and 50. I reduced wind. Okay, you have your way around that. You make 5 from 20 frames for each action. You make the frames change very fast and it looks smooth. So just don't slow down my videos. Oh, that makes sense. That's a good idea. That sounds like a really efficient way to approach it. Okay. I am loving how this looks. I just want it to be like maybe a bit thinner and more wispy. So I think we can bump up the dissipation to 0.75 so it dissipates slightly quicker. But then let's see. This changes the color. Let's try changing the geo detail size a bit and see what kind of things this affects. Okay, nope, definitely don't want that. 0.1, 0.05. What does that look like? And how long does it take to run? That makes sense. And the more frames you have, the smoother it looks. But then again, that's just going to take longer because you're working with more frames. Okay. I like that. I don't like this flat rate though. What if we change fog density? What if we do 0.5 on this? What does that look like? So from 2.5 to 0.5. Okay, let's try 10. I feel like that actually doesn't change much. So fog density might not be that big of a deal, but fluid detail size is very important. So let's change that to 0.1 and then see what we end up with. No, that's okay, Vileplume. I mean, I feel like I'm also bad at explaining things, but I feel like what you're saying is kind of making sense. It would make more sense if I knew the process, but I'm kind of following along. What if I change this to 1? Do you make the fluid? You do. Alright, back to 0.01. What do I have? I have source air selected. What if I change you to 10? What does that do for me? Ugh, that makes things run super slow. That is one of my favorite movies. The SpongeBob movie, the first one. Oh, especially when they get to the knee slapping part. I don't know why, but that always made me laugh so much. That's the quality that I was looking for of the smoke. But I can see why it's making my computer chug so hard. So let's Let's bump it down. It took like 30 seconds just to get like 7 frames. Okay. Let me see. Let me see if I can even find that scene. Patrick Star the Sponge. They really are. YouTube comments can be both like some of the most best and useful things on the internet, and then also some of the worst. Was this the smile? Okay, we're at 12 frames. Let's see. Oh, 13. We hit 13. That's such a good one. Okay, that's good to know. We're gonna change this to, I mean, how's 2.5? How long does it take that to generate? Still quite a bit of time. Oh, jeez. Just like, oh. Dude, Patrick is one of the best animated characters of all time, in my opinion. Okay, we're gonna change this to 1, and then we'll just leave it there. Actually, you know what? 1.5. We can push it. You know what? 1.25. Okay, so let's see. That's good. I wanted to do something with this. Where's the cloud swirls? Let's save. Cloud swirls, geometry, was it the opacity? Nope, that does that. Transmission, I believe, yep. It doesn't do much for me. Let's see. Implosion, what's that do? I like that, but then time. Frequency. Maybe, actually. Maybe like if you go into Mr. Beast YouTube Shorts, you would usually find Indian people being like, "Please, Mr. Beast, give me money," and sometimes they misspell it as Mr. Beast. That's crazy. Relatable though. I mean, I guess worth a shot, right? Actually, I think I like this 0.7. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, I mean, you might as well give it a shot, because who knows? Frequency again. No. Ooh, what's this one look like? No. Okay. So I like this, and what I want to do is we're gonna duplicate special. We're going to Cloud Swirls Texture 01. We're going to, what are we going to do? Duplicate this texture 02. We're gonna apply it to this one. Assign material to selected. So we've got Cloud Swirls 01 and then Cloud Swirls 02, and then we're gonna make sure the Cloud Swirls light also brightens that up. Windows, relationship editors, light linking, light centric, Cloud Swirls light. There we go. Let's see what that looks like now. Okay. And now since this is duplicated, let's change some of these up. You don't think he does on very rare occasions? Or like has people come and check them? And this... Ooh, yeah. Okay, I like that. Kind of just adds like some more subtle background swirls. Maybe we can increase or decrease the threshold a little bit. Make them more apparent. Yes. And then I think with that we can change this opacity some. Oh, I see. Maybe. No, not quite. Maybe a U ramp. So this is what's visible, right? In the white. So instead... Actually, no, I can just do this. Boop. 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 No. We'll make it smooth. Go back to transmission. Increase the threshold a bit again. Yeah. Nice, David. Let's go. How was your exam? How do you feel about it? A vile plume. What fan base do I hate the most? You don't like Dandy World's fandom the most? People are weird and cringe, and the game is one of the worst games ever. You know, I think just any fan base eventually for something becomes like really bad. So I wouldn't say that there's any that are the worst that I know of, because it feels like almost every fan base just devolves into being like the worst it can be. Yeah, Vile Plume. The stream is pretty recent, so I just started a few weeks ago. Yeah, David, how was your exam? How was your chiropractor? How are you? Maybe what's the implosion do for me here? Frequency, nope. Yeah, I think I want to restart this. We're gonna break this. Wait, what kind of channel was it? Or what kind of thing was it? It was a noise? Okay. I just want to restart this noise. Okay, so let's see. Do we want wispy? I think so. What's wave? No. Billow? No. Space time? No, we do want wispy. Let's implode a little bit. What's this do? 0.1, 0.1. How did I get it to be all circular though last time? Oh, maybe the more I went into the negative. So let's try -5. -3. Okay, okay. No problem, Vileplume. See ya. Have a good day. The professor said to you, you were really good, so the last questions are going to be the hardest. For you specifically, David? It was an... okay, yeah. It was an interview one-on-one where he asks you questions about the class. Do I want to try to answer it? Yes. What was that question? What are the inherent limitations and adverse effects of adopting a predominantly technical perspective on healthcare workers and their professional practice? Okay, let me think about it. What are the inherent limitations and adverse effects of adopting a predominantly technical perspective on healthcare workers and their professional practice? A technical perspective on healthcare workers. I feel like by doing that, without knowing any context behind this question, I feel like adopting that kind of perspective may lead to treating healthcare workers like robots or numbers. And what I mean by that is like you look at them as a means of just like how to use them the most efficiently without really caring about them as a person or their feelings or like their mental load or their workload. So you're just trying to get as much of them, as much of work. I guess it leads you to thinking about how you can get as much work out of them as you can in the most efficient way, regardless of whether or not it's good for them. Which ultimately will lead to like a higher turnover rate, more burnout among employees, which could lead to people just like not being a part of that industry, which may mean there's like a shortage of healthcare workers. If there's a shortage of healthcare workers, then it would be harder to see more people. If it's harder to see more people, lines get backed up, people aren't getting helped, their problems are getting unresolved longer, and then those problems worsen, which could lead to like major injuries or deaths or things like that. Oh, was that a good answer? Thank you. All right, cool. Where's my business degree now? Thank you, David. I feel like it was explained very poorly, but I hope I got the idea across. I think from here, the opacity, which I think I want a circular ramp. Switch these. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's mess around with lights. I'm gonna go with Witherbloom, David. I gotta go with my Golgari. Which one are you doing? I do this, but make 1, 1, 0, 0. Silver Quill? Okay, I think you mentioned that yesterday, right? I think I forgot that I asked you yesterday what you're going to do for pre-release, but Silver Quill, they look really cool. If not Silver Quill, if I manage to not get Witherbloom, then I'm going Lorehold. I think Lorehold looks a lot of fun this time. Although I feel like they should have gotten a keyword for their ability where it's like triggered ability, the name. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, this happens. I don't see why they couldn't get a keyword, but every other school did. Like, call it excavate or something. Like, excavate, draw a card. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, draw a card. I like this. But what do I not like about it? The ratio? No. The time. Maybe the frequency. That actually looks kind of cool. Okay. Maybe it's depth max. I haven't. Well, I did the stuff from a couple weeks ago, but there's new things I need to do. So, unfortunately. Well, that's what that does. Okay. But I plan on working on that tomorrow. You know what? This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I'm kind of obsessing over this now. Let's see. Where are we at? Let's bring in everything and then just kind of see what it looks like. But actually this, I want it to come out more. Has to look towards the camera for it to look good. All right, we're gonna. Jeez, this is going so slow. We're gonna let it run for. Before I do this, I should save. I should save. Reference is hiding. Alright, I think we'll try to get to at least like 60 frames right here, and then we'll let it, we'll see where it goes. She is not. Maxine doesn't really play Magic. So anytime I go to pre-release, it's just with friends. What about you? Is your partner going with you? Okay, for sure. Do you go with anybody? Yeah. You take your trophy everywhere with you? Just like plop it on the table. Oh, you're facing the champ today. Right. I get it. You're there to crush everyone in your way. Not at all, dude. Dude, you gotta get that prize support, you know? And the only way to do that is by beating everyone else. Oh man, these particles are making everything go so slow. That's crazy. Alright, while we do this, actually, we can plan. Let's plan for lights, alright? Okay, so what kind of lights do we have? And where do we want the lights to shine on? So, we need a light for the ring. So, corner light for ring. We need a top-down light for the pedestal. We have the background light on our spirals. On spirals, we need the cloud swirls light. I think it might be good to have a particles light and maybe a cloud light. Oh yeah. Warm light bottom right corner on pedestal. Alright, so we've got the warm light coming in right here to get these. We're gonna have a light that's just like flat looking down to try to make these parts super bright. Actually, emissive light. So we'll see. We're gonna have a light on the ring up here in the corner going down this way to try to make the ring look super bright. Ooh, actually we should have a forward light for ring, which is a light that's just in front that looks towards the ring to kind of like shine the front parts, because if we just have a light going on from the corner, it's going to have a lot of harsh shadows right here. Background light on the spirals, that's going to be this light that shines forward, hitting these spirals. Cloud swirls, that's going to light that shows up these swirlies. Particles light, a light to hit these particles. A cloud light. I guess I should say smoke. So a light just on the smoke, but maybe the light we have in this scene now is good enough. And then the warm light that hits the pedestal right here on the bottom right. Well, that goes like this. Okay, so we know what we want. Let's stop this and kind of see where our render is at now. Man, my system is chugging. It's like, oh, please. Okay. Ooh, look at that, dude. Look at that. Indistinguishable from the real card. Although I do want to mess around with this cloud swirl opacity a little bit more. What's this tartan ramp? I actually think I want E ramp. No, a V ramp. What's this do? Move it. Do anything for me? Do I want any noise? Oh, this is from the top. Okay. That seems good. Actually, hold up. No, I want E ramp. V ramp. Okay. Actually, okay. One more thing. we're gonna make one more cloud because I'm obsessing over this. Open material, no, duplicate. Just a smidge of a cloudy look. Yes, dude, yes. Ooh, look at that, dude. Ooh. Heck yeah, dude. I just saw what you put in Discord. Oh, David. Yeah. Is there anything that you could run into in a game of Magic that would make you feel that way? Okay. Hey, Vertex. Yeah, I am. Look at, dude, I've been working on smoke this whole time, man. I actually think we're gonna go back to Cloud Swirls 2. I feel like I'm getting really close. I don't think I'll end up being able to finish this today, but as far as the smoke, particles, and all that stuff is, I'm really happy with where it is. What's this one? Oh, that's our cloud. Wait, Cloud Swirls 2? Well, then what's Cloud Swirls 3? I'm not sure, Vertex. Okay, never, David. You're a good man. What is this one? This is Cloud Swirls 02 texture. Okay. Cloud Swirls texture 1, texture 03, texture 02 with this. But I actually think I just want to change this to a circular. Oh, Vertex. All good, dude. But yeah, thank you. This whole time, or basically most of the day, I've been working on dynamics. So trying to get the smoke where I want it. I don't think I'll be able to finish today. I'll probably have to call it soon. Maybe at like 3 o'clock my time, so that's in like 20 minutes. But on Monday, we can start getting to lighting and rendering. So I feel like we're getting close. But I've been saying that. Let's see, anything that would make me feel like that in a game of Magic? No, I don't think so, David. I would just be more sad or disappointed if things got to that point, you know? Where it's just like, that's very unfortunate. What am I not getting? If I do this, the ends, okay. Okay, I definitely want this. Okay, let's see. That being said, we can start. Oh yeah, Windows, relationship editors, light linking, light centric. We're gonna go to the cloud swirls light. Perfect. Is this the ring light that I want? It is. So this is already shining on it really nicely, so we can leave that. Why is the center like that? I think it's the opacity. Actually, you know what? Let's go into the opacity. We're gonna make this more harsh. Yeah. Cool. I think that's good for that. Where's that warm light? Windows, light linking, light centric, warm light. I want this to shine on just the pedestal. And the spikes. And the scene objects. Okay, so warm light. Spike front and the pedestal. And let's check this out. Ooh, nice, nice. Actually, and the spike left. Ooh. And you know what? Let's see the ring. Might as well. Actually, not the ring. And now we can take this warm light, reduce the intensity. Maybe even a little more. Actually, you know what? I think we do want it a bit more intense, but we're just going to move it so it's kind of like more of a rim light. Yeah, like this far back. But let's try even brighter. Do I like Zach Bryan? I think, is that a country artist, David? Maybe I want the exposure low, but the intensity low, but the exposure high. What's the difference? Too high. I feel like it's still kind of the same. Oops. I like that. It's a nice subtle brightness. Let's go to this HDRI and maybe bring this down to 3 intensity. And maybe that'll hit this blue a bit. It does. I like that. And then actually windows. Light linking. Let's see what the HDRI hits. Everything. Let's not have it hit any of this stuff. And maybe just hit okay. Country folkish? Okay. Yeah, you know, I am just not a big fan of country, David. That being said, I mean, I'll play them now, because why not? There is a band I super love a lot called Bill Murray. And it's like country and like scene music. Alright, Pink Skies. I'll check that out after this song. Okay, what other lights? Where do we leave off? Okay, so we have our ring light. We need a forward light for the ring. Let's keep all of our lights together. Ring corner light. We'll duplicate this. Ring front light. Actually, you know what? We can change this now. We're going to be messing around with a lot of light linking, so light centric. Let's do ring corner light. I just want it to hit the ring. Same with this one. Alright, and this is gonna shine right on the ring. Ooh, yeah, wasn't that good, David? Alright, let's check out your pink skies.
Kids are in town for a funeral, so pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty of young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy. So clean the house, clear the drawers, mop the floors, stand tall, like no one's ever been here before or at all. And don't you mention all the inches that are scraped on the door frame. We all know you tiptoed up to 4-1 back in the way. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, though you think they's yuppies. Your funeral
Yuppie! Yuppie! Yuppie!
The kids are in town for a funeral, and the grass all smells the same as the day you broke your arm swinging on that kid out on the river. You bailed him out, never said a thing about Jesus or the way he's living. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, but you'd think they's yuppies. Your funeral
I love that word.
think I heard you coming.
Oh my god, take the textures off, please.
If you could see him now, you'd be proud, though you'd think they's yuppies. Your funeral was beautiful. I think I heard you coming.
Ooh, now that's a banger, dude. Drip, 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 drip. Okay, Pink Skies, not bad, but not for me.
I know they got plenty
Let's see, how do I feel about it?
left in 'em. And plenty nights
It's
under pink skies.
kind of slow,
Enjoy.
and it seems like a song that's more about like the lyrics and stuff, and I don't really care about lyrics. Like, to me, lyrics are just like in one ear and out the other. Oh, but this is a bop, dude. I only know of Baby Monster. I don't know who all the individual members are. Oh man. Oh, dude, David, we're gonna be dripped out tonight with our pre-release trophies. Actually, you know what? Let's do one more. This has changed again. Oh, back. Okay. Alright, I gotta play you one then. Do you know Whiplash by aespa? This is one of my favorite K-pop songs of last year. I love this song. I didn't know that either, but it feels like a lot of groups do, David. They are. Like, it is such a massive industry that they just like pump out new groups every year. Like, whenever there's a new, like, I can't believe how many millions of views like music videos gets, regardless of whether like it's a new group or not. It's crazy.
I'm like some kind of supernova. Watch out.
Ooh, Supernova's really good too. Dude, Espa slaps. I actually don't want to. Nope. This front light. Maybe one more, like right here. Ooh, actually, you know what? I think it's more like down here. I like how this looks a lot. Dude, they really can't, David. And it really is unfortunate. It just seems like they have to adhere to such strict rules and guidelines. Ring. Bottom light. Jump. Bro, I hope these songs don't like trigger some sort of like copyright thing. Ring lights. It's okay to be wrong every once in a while, David. Okay. That's fine. This one's okay. It's like one out of their last 10 songs that I enjoy. Alright, we got the ring lights. We have the background lights. We have the cloud swirl lights. We have the bottom right corner light. I think it's this one that's crazy. Large ring light forward. What's this one? Oh yeah, that's just kind of there, right? Yes. Let me see what happens if it affects the ring. The baddie. Maybe that's what I should just start calling my stream. Welcome to another day with Patty the baddie. Bro, that is some of the best K-pop though. The ones that go like really hard like that. Okay, so we've got transmission. I kind of want this to be... Can I make this even brighter pink? I can. Okay. Actually, you know what? We're gonna take this. See, and then leave it there and see what that looks like. Mm-hmm. I should. Sorry about the music. I got distracted.
아, 우리 강아지가 너무 보고 싶어. 싫어? 잠깐이라도 껴안고 싶어.
그냥 참아. 시간 날 때 보면 되지. 더 중요한 게 있잖아. I keep craving Greek yogurt. I swear I could live off it for the rest of my life. アレルギーあるんでしょ？食べて具合が悪くなったらどうするの？
編み物してると時間が経つのも忘れちゃう。
You got time for that? You have so many more important things to do. 난 감정을 못 숨기겠어. 사랑받고 싶다고 말할래.
まず愛される資格がいるんじゃないの？そんなこと言ってたらもっと嫌われるよ。
夢中になれそうなことを見つけたいな。完全にハマっちゃうような何かを。
굳이? 남들이 하는 것도 따라가기 바쁘지 않아? 막상 진짜 미치지도 못할걸? そうやっていちいち計算して私たちが予想した通りになってるのかな今。
아니, 사실 뭐가 맞는지 모르겠어.
知ってるよね。頭の上の天気を変えることはできないって。 날씨를 바꿀 수는 없는 걸.
Can't change the weather.
그렇다면 번개를 좀
それなら稲妻を追いかける Chasing lightning.
망설이지 말고 설렘을 따르는 거야.
今を変えるの。今立っているこの地を変えてみせる。Change the ground.
아, 우리 강아지가 너무 보고 싶어. 잠깐이라도 껴안고 싶어.
아무리 힘들어도 보고 싶으면 봐야지.
This is rad.
뭐 어떡해? I keep craving Greek yogurt. I swear I could live off it for the rest of my life. アレルギーあるんだよね。でもそれでハッピーになれるなら食べなきゃどうしようもないもんね。
編み物してると時間が経つのも忘れちゃう。
Then do it, even if you don't have the time. Because doing what
Okay.
you love makes you feel.
Actually, you know what? Let's just see something.
ならそう言ってみなよ。声に出せずに苦しむよりも
You don't have
そ
to
の
do
方がマシ。
HDRI.
夢中になれそうなことを見
What
つけ
if
たい
you
完全にハマっちゃうような何かを
사실 나도 찾고 싶어.
all the particles?
미친다는 건 내가 좋아하는 걸 믿는 거니까. もう待たないで。無我夢中になる準備はもう十分。
넌 이미 충분해. 일단 미쳐보는 거야.
번개를 쫓는 거야.
Chasing lightning. この音楽に乗ってウォーキングするの。くるくる回って倒れるまで。What are you looking at? It's fun going insane.
그게 뭐라도 자꾸 생각난다면 지금 하는 거야. 感じるままに素直なのが私たちらしいでしょ。
거기가 어디든 망설이지 말고 뛰어내려. 살아있다는 걸 느낄 수 있잖아. Only I can make myself crazy. We can dance under the light.
Tommy, what's up, dude? Wee woo. How's it going, man? I'm actually just about to hop off. Nina's Nina's going crazy. But thank you for It's going good. Yeah, I'm gonna mess with the lights later. Alright, hopefully all we have to do now is just mess with lights. And then that's it. So, should be able to get that done on Monday.
Act like an angel,
Ugh,
like crazy.
hold on. We'll just go back to this. But yeah, guys. Jeez. Yeah, Tommy, I appreciate you stopping by again, but I've gotta hop off. I know Nina's starting to get a bit upset, so gotta go give her some lunchies. And everybody, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. Good luck if you're going to pre-release. I don't know if you are, Tommy, but David, good luck. I'll tell you all about how it goes tonight. But yeah, take care, everybody. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for being here, and I hope you all have a great weekend. See you guys.